Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back to the farm. Day 8 of the SGA Streamathon. Lost Samurai, thank you for the follow. Silence over noise. Welcome in. Lozzie, appreciate the lurk. Lee, I know you're lurking there in the background. Appreciate you, buddy. We are hauling another load of slurry up to the BGA quick. It's currently January on the farm. Apparently I've been driving for a bit. Truck could use some more power, for sure. But we only just picked it up. And it's a Volvo, so what do you expect? I'm just kidding. I've not had any snow yet this winter. Don't watch Gaslighters. So what are you doing here then? Clocking in at 39,000 kilos. Do you need me to teach you how to log there, Lee? Or do you think you finally get the hang of it? Sorry, chat. Snacking on crayons. Yeah. Been giving Lee a hard time most of the morning. Alright, we made our $22 worth of slurry sales. It's a little more than that, but not much. Alright, let's get back down to the farm and see what we can get up to. It's January, there's not a whole lot contract-wise going on. Yeah, we had 21,000 kilos worth of slurry on. It's quite a bit. These bridge transitions, I have to do some work on those. Hoping we get the editor soon. Maybe today. Doubt we'll get it over the weekend, but I'm hoping we get it today. Stupid four-wheeler. Alright. We should probably need to look at a better place to get water on the farm. The little marina place is probably not a great spot to keep backing this trailer into. Maybe down by the concrete factory. Let's take a drive down here. Mr. Vito, how you doing, buddy? Don't go too fast on this road. Man. She bumpy. All of the river edges are really steep. Not a fan. Another change I'll have to make. This is why I want to play the hell out of this map, so when I start making mine, I can look at this and know what I do and don't like, and what I want to change. Hello, Ursula. And I'll go some food. Alright, contracts. Do nothing other than more wood transporting contracts. Alright. Take care of the pallet of eggs. What eggs? Alright. I think it's going to be time just to get into the month of February. Oh, we finally got one of the logs to go into the sawmill. Excellent. I need to work on bringing these down to the museum at some point. Need 5,000 liters of each. I'm going to focus on the museum before we start back on the playground, because that's going to need a lot of rope. The rope is very expensive. So yeah, we're going to wait on that. Actually, let's check pricing. April. Okay. April on the wool. So be it. All right. February it is. We have not had much for weather this second season. Second winter, I should say. Jumps out there. Is February. The only thing really going on would be cotton planting. I'm not going to be doing any of that. So we need to get into the animals. Feed the cows, take care of the eggs. I was about to say I forgot to take care of the wood chips, but we did that. I remember now. All kind of a blur. Ricky, welcome in. Went to your first field doing wheat, then grass. There you go. I just started into, uh, technically you'd call it year 3, but I've only passed my second August, if that makes sense. So remember, you start the game in August. By the time you hit January, you're in year 2. Now I'm into year 3. We're just gonna tend to the cows real quick. Cows all topped up. We should probably transfer the milk over to the other area. We've got to get some grass down for the sheep. And I've got some wool pallets to move down there. And we'll need to drop a load of grain at the chickens. Hey, good morning, Jers. Gotta remember to clean some of this stuff before I put it away next time. So let's go down and deal with the sheep first. Then we'll come up and we'll deal with the chickens. So I kind of sorted it out. The trailer is working, but the best we can figure is there is indeed an issue with the trigger at the dairy. That, or if there is an issue with the trigger on the trailer, it's going to require the editor to figure it out. For now, the trailer at least has the adjustable volumes, and it takes the slurry and all of that stuff. So alright, next time we do this field, I'm going to need to grab a few grass bales for the sheep. Morning, Bodine. go. I don't have a mods command, Billy Bob, at the moment. I do need to sort that after stream. For the time being, it's baler, spike, tanker, and plow. Exclamation points. They're all separate commands. After stream, I will be getting them put into a Google Drive folder, and then it will be exclamation point mods. No I. Remember, when you're talking a baler, it's B-A-L-E. Hey, Mad Alex Gaming. #1 farming streamer? I don't know about that. I'm a farming streamer. I don't know about #1 though. Well, I'm glad you think so, Mad Alex. But there's a lot of streamers for Farm Sim that I hold in high regard that I would place well above myself. Certainly Tav, Dajnet. Are two to name a couple anyway. Mr. Moss Frog, how you doing? I ended up putting that dairy in, and I was gonna put a frickin' chicken barn there. But I had to have a place to get rid of my milk. And I wasn't thinking. Oops. Stop. Alright, there's the chickens, the cows, the sheep. We better get through it. Well, that's the important part. I hear you there, buddy. Alright, a little bit of time has passed. Do we have any contracts? No. We have a Deadwood contract, a cultivating contract. No. Best I can figure, Bodine, is it's gotta be something with the trigger for the dairy in the map. Or if there is a trigger with the tanker, a trigger issued, the only way I'll find it is with the editor. Try as I might, I couldn't figure it out. Jesus, you're not gonna get a freaking furniture thing for a while. Holy crap. And it wouldn't take wood for me to get the best recipe out of it. Oil mill, we could use a couple loads of canola into here. Greenhouses, we could use some water. And I have these set to selling. Morning, MacGyver. I should have gone to check on the pallets for them. Damn it. Oh well. The sawmill. I doubt they will, Jers. The Trex was a third-party mod the whole time. It was Black Sheep modding, or the other people that had the pipe on it in 22. I wouldn't expect Giants to have the Trex on their agenda. MacGyver with the government efficiency grant opportunity. I have to see what rolls up with that. Yeah, I know once the editor comes out, Big Daddy will be getting the Brucks done. I'm sure a lot of mods will start getting converted once the editor's out. I'm really hoping it's today. So it'd be nice to do start my map this weekend. Craven, how you been, buddy? Alright, let me move another one of these into the trigger here for the minute we have. Oh, she took it. Excellent. gonna try and have less mods. Good luck to you there, Jers. I mean, number of mods isn't what hurts you. It's not paying attention to your log file, and then you end up with conflicting mods. And before you know it, you don't know which one is the conflict. What's up, Craven? Harm, how you doing this morning? So it's important when you're adding mods, do them 1 or 2 at a time as you add them in, and pay attention to your log file. So when you see all of a sudden, ooh, there's a warning, or ooh, there's an error, you know which mod caused it, because sometimes it's not readily apparent which one is causing the error, and errors snowball. Well, see, we all start out with doing it with good intention. You know, start the thing out, all right, yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this, and it's out the window. You know, you'll get 4 or 5 mods come out, you're like, all right, sweet, and you're just excited to use them. You don't pay attention to your log file, and then a couple more come out, and then before you know it, you're like, right, where'd this error come from? But you've added 15 mods? Yep. So far, so good, Moss Frog. Or are you asking Vito? Oh, me? Yeah, farm's going all right. Oops. Yeah. Jesus, Bodine. I will warn you this: the third-party mods are the third-party mod sites, the ones that are going to get you the fastest. Then again, right now the SGA, about every 5 minutes we're making another mod too, so. I'll hold off on I will hold off on the slurry for right now. Oh, wait, no, we need water for the greenhouses. That's right, we need water for the greenhouses. With the animal treats, we will get to those as soon as I wake the kid up in a couple of hours. And I do owe MacGyver that government efficiency roll. MacGyver, how many times am I going to shuffle for that roll? Four times? Sounds good. Alright. Large greenhouse. We don't want to pull too much water, so about 15,000 liters. Oh boy, I think she just... Nope, made a mistake, chat. Yep. Nope, that's a trailer. It, just tipped over the weight for me to pull it up. It was going, I was about to hit the button to stop it, and it got just a touch too heavy for the truck. I did tell you I didn't like how steep it was down here, didn't I? Problem is, this one's too long, the trailer. Because that's no fun, Vito. Yeah, now I'm just going to end up shoving it into the water as I try to back underneath it. Nope, she gone. Alright, what we're going to do is go up here. While this guy is driving, we will roll here. 4 shuffles. And we can pay some vet bills. And we do that by planting some trees. Where's that Catalpa? Wanted to put one of these in over here. Go. Really, guy? Morning, Adriana. Hey, congrats there, Craven. Alright, so let's see. I need to find a spot that I can try. Problem is, every riverbank edge they made has that really steep drop-off. And therein lies the problem. Especially where you basically have to touch the back bumper to the water for it to fill. Yeah, we'll see there, MacGyver. You never know. And by the way, happy birthday, Craven. Let me shut this off for a second. Let's take a look at this. Here is obviously not going to work. I have a pretty steep drop all along here. Especially in through here, it's really steep. That's going to go under land is not owned by me. Over here, of course, it's rocks. And they don't count the river as owned even when you do own the abutting property. Can't really get down here. Well, on the sketch side. That's a really steep drop. If this was a little bit less steep, that would make a perfect spot. Wait a minute, isn't there one of those? Yeah, that spot there. It's a little bit of a trip, but that could possibly work. That or I just go get the water tank from Reliant. That's probably the better option. Yes, but if I flood the rice paddy before I plant, then I can't do long grain rice in it. Since my plan is to do long grain rice, I can't flood the paddy just to fill the tanker. And as far as changing the cultivator to a plow cope, you need to make a mod description file for the thing. You need to change the work type in a couple places within the XML. There's a few steps you need to do to make that happen. Oh, there's a little piece of stick right there. I missed the spot. Alright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna save it quick. I'm gonna go get Reliance. Fucking god dang it. Go. There, I'm just gonna do it this way. How you doing this morning, Cope? You okay, you guess? No, that's better than bad, right? Where would that be? Trying to mod again, can't get Brooks to load in store. Yeah, you won't, Cope, until we can get the editor and all of the collisions can be updated. There's a bit more of a process to converting mods this time than it was 19 to 22. They did a lot with the collision system. So without the editor, you can't fix the collisions. It's just gonna fall through the floor. Yeah, Big Daddy was the creator of the mod. He's done a few things to it by editing the i3D through the XML, or through like an XML edit. And it, does this not work over there? It's not as straightforward as just converting it. Why is... There it goes. No, it's, that's what I'm getting at. Like, until the editor comes out, the more complex things, like converting stuff from 22, won't work as... It's not as straightforward as it was into 22. From 19. We've got more we need to wait on, unfortunately. There's a lot of mods I'd like to start converting of mine, but without the editor I just can't do anything about it. And there's only so much you can do through an XML edit or through a notepad edit of an i3D file. And I'm pretty sure what Big Daddy has done is he's gone in and he's edited some of the collisions with Notepad on the i3D. It's not my Western Star cope. I won't be converting that at all. That was never my truck. That's why I didn't give it out freely to people, because it was a private edit I made. As far as the Western Star goes, that's going to be up to HD modding if they make the Western Star into 25. And even then, it's not going to have the edits I did to it. First thing I'm going to be working on is probably a deco pack, and then I will be, I mean, if I start with a deco pack, Maya and Blender, well, you're in the wrong place for that one. But Maya, you don't need Maya. Maya is crazy expensive to get a license to use it. Blender's free. Use Blender. And if you want somebody to teach you that, that would be Shy Wizard has a bunch of tutorials on YouTube. Green Thumb Farmer's really good at it. Reliant Robin's really good at it. But I don't know if they do tutorials. That's better. One wood transport contract available. Do a lot of those ones though. You want to learn Blender because your uncle 400 case IH with no cab. All you need is the sandcastle. Oh geez, that goes back to what, 19 with the is it Ravenport had a sandcastle on it, I think. Spent a lot of time using Blender, it just doesn't happen in one day. Yeah. If you want to model out an entire tractor like that, Cope, you could be months of Blender every day, 6 hours a day type of deal. Placeable in 19 and a mod in 22. I gotcha. Yeah, I remember it in 19. I never went after it in 22. Alright, gotta feed the pup. We are gonna do the one logging contract. Alright. Hey, David Moon. You can use your own equipment, Cope, or you can rent the equipment from the NPC. In this case, I don't have a logging trailer, and these cranes are too quick to do these contracts with if you know what you're doing and, you know, have joysticks. So I just rent the equipment. It costs me a few $100 off the cost of the contract, or the price of the contract. But I get to use this equipment If I had my own, then I wouldn't have to spend the money. But this is only going to cost me like $600. I'm going to make over 10,000. What's the $600 versus spending $200,000 on the tractor and the trailer? It's going to take a long time to pay back that $600 a pop. Can't plant now, so he's going to start contracts. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do to fill in the time. Right now it's February. Rather than just skip to March. Ooh, what the hell? Rather than just skip into the month of March, I'll do a contract. I'll let the time run by at a fairly decent pace, but I'll do a contract here or there. Or if I don't have any other field work and there's some plowing or some contracts, something like that, then I'll do that. I really don't have much in the way of logging to do on my own property at the moment. So this is the next best thing. What the heck is going on here? Why did the trailer do that? That's weird. Too much weight. Train doesn't like it. Morning, Patrick. How you doing? Want to pop in and say hi before you went to bed? I appreciate that, Patrick. Oh, get back here. No, the dual joysticks help jurors and practice. No, no, stop it. Alright, I think we're gonna have to get my other trailer up here. Let's get this trailer up here. I haven't run a single tractor with duals yet, Bodine. Are you talking about trailers? Oh, joysticks? I find it easier, but I mean, you can do everything with mouse and keyboard. You're gonna struggle compared to dual joysticks, but doesn't mean it can't be done. The controls are slower, they're not as intuitive because you have to constantly switch which mouse buttons you're clicking and so on. But you can absolutely do it without dual joysticks. Okay, come on. What the heck? I mean, nothing says you have to use one of these either. You can use a telehandler or a front loader with a log fork. I've done a lot of logging, Jordy lad, and I haven't had anything really fall through the map. I've cut down about 100 trees. I have chipped a bunch. I've hauled a bunch around. Sounds good, Vito. You take care, buddy. What kind of logging are you doing, Jordy lad? Are you cutting deco trees? Are you cutting pine trees? Morning, little demon. Log pine every time you pick some up by hand. Are you using super strength, Jordy lad? Yeah, lodge pine. Oh, the little bits you can lift and they're falling through the map? When you release them, right? They fall through? Telehandler and big bad lifter and straps to pick up logs? Yep, that's one way to do it, Patrick. I mean, stuff can when it's in your hand, it's not exactly a solid object. Hence why you're able to pick up a branch and like kind of merge it through other logs. It's not a solid object like it was in 22 where you could pick up a small piece and push around big pieces with it. Now it's kind of like a ghost image in your hand. So if you're not careful, you can drop it through the map. Or trailers or whatever. That may be what's occurring. I don't know specifically. I'm gonna follow this guy in case he loses one of those two logs. Morning, Funky Rude Dude. Which way you going, guy? Alright, let's go over here, get this guy. Wood transport contract finished. See, 10,450 cost me $519 to borrow the items. Whoops. I'm supposed to shut that off. Alright, no train coming, we're good to go. When we get back to the farm, I gotta check on the... Thanks, guy. Nice stop sign. Well, technically he has a yield, which should be a stop, not a yield, but whatever. Alright, time to flatbed out this trailer. I don't think we'll be hauling any grain with it anytime soon. Alright, there we go. Alright, the beams. Oh, they were last month. Crap. I should get them down there. Beams, what about the planks? It's not far off of their best price. Let's get them down to the museum. I don't have anything extra other than paint. Nope. Just a color mantra. As far as I know. Do 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 do. Down to the museum with all this. Watch out, pupper. I want to go running you over. Not a problem, Mantra. Alright. Should be fast to that. Yeah, we'll go this way. Trying to think if it was faster to go down that way, but then I'd have to turn and come back across the river. Yeah, I've used it once, Patrick. It's kind of cool. Not gonna go out of my way to use it, but it's kind of cool. Is there anything you need, you have questions about with it? Nice. That's a little chunk of change. Just curious, any feature. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I know I'm still on the hunt for collectibles. What's it say I'm up to now? Yeah, I've got 15 more to find. And I am flummoxed as to where those would be. Gonna go do a bit of farming chores? Right on. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put 20 grand towards the loan, probably 25, off onto the loan. So let's get this guy driving back to the farm quick. Finances, pay 25 grand. Brings us down a little bit. While this guy's driving, I gotta look at the farmyard. Let's see. I would like to try and get some trees planted. The question is, where do I own that I can actually plant trees? I don't own across the street there, and I don't want to run them up here. I have very little space in amongst here to do it. I could put some along this here. I could put some in here. I guess if I bought 2 pallets worth, we might be able to find room for them all. Still don't have the goats yet, but I don't want to take up this space with that. Don't really have room along here. I guess I could put a couple in here. This area is restricted, but it might let me. I technically own it. Yes, I did know that, Bodine. Then we have this area over in here that's restricted, but I own it, so we could always plant a bunch here. So maybe 3 pallets worth? I'd need the planter, 2 more pallets. Dang it. Well, I said I wasn't gonna keep the pallet forks for this thing, but it would be convenient to have them. Yeah, that's unfortunate, is they let you plow it up, but you can't replace it. So that's gonna be hopefully it comes later, or modders potentially. Like Dave said, it'll be interesting to see how that decal is done, because it's what it is. It's decals that are painted onto the ground. Now, we don't have access to it through Giants, like through our construction menu, but that could be a matter of we don't have the swatch. You know, like you can paint grass on the ground, or you can paint stone, things like that. Thorzig, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing? Time to buy another one of these. Sold that for no reason. We need to get forestry. We need to borrow this tree planter. We're going to lease you. Yes. We want saplings, tree saplings. We're gonna get a pallet of lodgepole pine, pallet of Scotch pine, a pallet of Manchurian red pine. See what they all look like. You followed for the beard. Well, welcome in, Thorzik. Waiting for your homie to get home so you can play Co-op FS 2025. Nice. How are you, oops. How are you enjoying 2025 so far, Thorzik? What map you playing on? You like it? Tibber Rocks. What's the point of cars in the game? Can you haul stuff with it? Yeah, there's small trailers and stuff you can get that, can go on the back of some of the cars. Now in 2025, you can also, use them for, if you play multiplayer, the passenger script is now built into all of the vehicles. So you can, you can now, you know, in multiplayer, drive each other around and stuff like that if you wanted to role play that out. That or, you know, just driving around. I haven't fully played it because wait for friend. I'm going to start on the Asian map. You want to build the temple? Nice. I'm hoping some of that buildable stuff can get moved around between maps. Hi, Shosha Games. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. I like how it tells you what tree type you have for seeds on the back of the planter now. And the saplings are bigger. It's really nice. So far, it's going good. Yes, Brett, you can plant trees. There's 2 ways to do it. Well, 3 ways to do it. You can do it through the placeables menu, in which those trees will never grow any bigger. They will forever be the size that you place them at. You can use this piece of equipment with some saplings to plant trees, or there is an excavator attachment that will also take pallets of trees, and you can plant them that way as well. Looks like you're progressing pretty nicely. Yeah, I'm going all right so far. Brett B, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Greatly appreciate it. A lot of complainers, but I think these Giants really stepped it up this time around. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of little stuff, and don't get me wrong, early on, I was one of those people that was like, yeah, I was definitely a complainer. Because, I mean, look at what Giants has done in the past. It had me very skeptical. That's why I think it was yesterday I was saying, like, why didn't Giants show off half of this stuff ahead of time? It would have silenced a lot of critics. It would have driven a lot of extra hype for the game. But they were pretty quiet about things, and I think they could have done a better job of showing some stuff off ahead of time. Mr. Sip38, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. They could have gotten a lot more pre-orders. You know, there's a lot of ways the game could have benefited by them showing a little bit more. You getting it tonight? Did you get the collector's edition? Is that why it's taking so long to come in, Brett? Yeah, but on the other hand, keeping some stuff secret. It does. It does. You're not wrong, Patrick. Letting people explore and find things on their own, sure. But at the same time, some of the stuff I'm thinking about more isn't necessarily stuff like the little tree thing there. It's showing more in-game footage ahead of time of how the game actually looks. Just standard, you got it off Amazon. I gotcha. You know, like, I mean, look at the fog down by the river there. The atmosphere in the game. I get they didn't want to show off an incomplete version, but you could have shown off some more of this stuff. You know, give us more than like a little 30-second snippet of the animals. Hey, look, animals, we've got babies. And that's all they give? You know, they could have done better in that regard. Any must-have mods from the SGA yet? Depends on what you call must-have. You know, so I mean, you'd have still had plenty to discover on your own, but there were a lot of people that were pretty critical of Giants and how they were looking at things. You know. So a little more information would have gone a long ways, I think. And that's what a lot of people saw it as, Little Demon. A lot of people were like, I'm not interested in that. It's just a, giant, visual upgrade. Why am I spending $70 for this? Whereas a lot of systems were overhauled within the game, and we didn't realize to what extent until we started playing the game. The new worker system and the GPS, they didn't even really show us, other than a little TED talk from FarmCon as to how that was going to work. I mean, that's all you're going to give us is a little TED talk and not show it off. So everybody's like, oh, well, it's GPS lines, blah. Hey, Callie, good morning to you. Little Demon, could I get a shout out for Callie, Zodiac?
One eternity later.
And Ishosha Games, please. I mean, there's a lot of little things that they could have shown off pretty easily without ruining the effect for us. This is where I want it to be. There we go. We planted 60 trees. We're not to the 92 we've cut down, but we planted 60. Those can start growing. Ishosha Games. So, I mean, early on, I was very critical of Giants, and $70 for this game. You couldn't have done it as a DLC update. It's just a bunch of graphic stuff. But they did overhaul a lot of systems. We just didn't know to what extent until we started playing. Whoops. They could have shown that off some ahead of time. I think without ruining, the hands-on experience. Ooh, you were playing some Anno, Ishosha? That's been on my list for a long time. I love those top-down city builder games. Do you play Civilization by any chance, Ishosha? The Civ series? Well, yeah, I fully understand that. I'm on both sides of that, Patrick. I get the suspense, but you could have shown off a little more. been a little more in depth with things. I'm not saying, full on explanation, half-hour video, but instead of giving us 30 seconds of seeing it, give us a little 5-minute preview. Still going to build suspense and hype about it, but you're going to give us more than you can give for an explanation, that little 30-second snippet. Because, like, they mentioned it's coming, and you saw them go up to one field with it, and then that was it. Yeah, show an AI working quick, even if it's sped up. Show the menu for setting it up, because it wasn't even the same menu. And I get some of that probably developed later on. But one frustration I have is you can clearly see in a lot of ways that parts of this game were in development right up until the last minute. And I'll say what I said again yesterday. Giants is a big enough company now, they need more people so they can be working on the game more so to have a more complete game for the next version. Yes, I know now they're going to be transitioning into free content updates, DLCs, season pass for the next 2 years, and we'll get a game 3 years from now. But they should have a portion of their team already working on that game. You know what I mean? And great studios will do that. I'm not saying Giants isn't a great studio, but they could pick it up a notch in that regard. It's called crunch, yeah. I mean, they have more than enough people. They shouldn't need to crunch. And at the same time, don't mistake it saying that it was a terrible release. As far as the bugs go, there's a few. They're minor. They're not game breaking. Nothing by any means is a game breaking bug. There's some few annoying ones, like not being able to use my large tanker trailer to deliver milk to the dairy. Why? It works in a bunch of the other triggers, not that one. Only that one, from what I can see. Works in every other trigger, except for that one. So what's going on with that trigger? Also, this here, I confirmed yesterday through XMLs. This is a production. It produces 2,000 stones an hour that you should be able to pick up and feed into the concrete plant. But we have no way of buying this production. There's no triggers to buy it. There's no way I can tell to own this property to buy this, to be able to pick up the stone. That's why we can't pick it up with a loader, because we don't own the property it's on. Now, maybe we were supposed to own the property when we bought this, because some properties, for example, the BGA, this property is purchased with the BGA. So when you buy the BGA, you get this property. But there's no way of owning this property. You see how all of these, you get darker areas and then lighter areas. The lighter areas, you can't purchase the property. You can see the lines. So there's areas where we can't purchase property. Fine, I get it. Like, you can't own the property that the wagon builder's on. Likely because the wagon builder isn't meant to be owned. It's just a sell point. The dairy is a sell point. It's not a production. So, was something missed with this dredging boat? You know, there's some stuff like that like clearly that's a bug, I'm guessing. That or it's an NPC. I've gone and talked to a bunch of NPCs on another map to see on another save to see if that's why I couldn't get it. No idea. A little disappointment. I mean, $70 for baby animals and a new menu and some stuff. And I mean, $70 is a pretty hefty price. It's a niche game. It's not a Call of Duty. But then I think it's absurd what Call of Duty, what they charge for a Call of Duty game that has a 6-hour story and the rest is just meant for PvP online shit. $70, really? He considers quality of life. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much of a MSFS. MSFS. Microsoft Flight Sim. I get you. Took me a second. I don't often think about flight sims, so it's like, that game? But I mean, I think that's unfortunately the way that the games industry is going. People are realizing if we charge it, people will pay for it. So why not charge it? Instead of, how about we charge a little less so we can get the game in the hands of more people? I don't know. It's a tough decision for us on the outside looking in. It's raining, it's pouring. We got an oat crop we could put in on 62. It's not a very high paying. For our own stuff, I think we're gonna go corn in that other field, so we need to wait till April. Our long grain rice is April, so our planting isn't going to happen just yet. It is time that we need to do another cutting of grass. This should get its next growth here in a minute. Many people are too heavily influenced by the money and not by making their customers happy. Yeah, I mean, greed is part of it. But I mean, it's just the way, unfortunately, some companies are starting to go. You get greedy owners that realize they can make all these millions and they just see the dollar signs. Like the frost on everything, even though it's raining. Yeah, I mean, Zodiac brings up a good point. Cost versus hours played. It is a consideration. You look at some games like, obviously, Farming Simulator, I could very easily put several thousand hours into this game. So $70 for a game that you're going to get several thousand hours out of doesn't seem quite so bad. Morning, Sir Walshy. If you've got a game that, is $70, but you're only going to put 50 hours into it, that's not as good of a value. It's cost versus reward, stuff like that. Where do pallets spawn in glass house? So the greenhouse itself if you're looking at the front of it where the water trigger is, they're going to spawn on the right-hand side. Oh yeah. What'll happen is it will get to a point where the prices get too high, and before you know it, the pirating comes back into play, and people are just going to pirate copies of the game instead of buy them. That was a big thing going on for a while, and then stuff kind of chilled out, and people started buying more copies of games, and yada yada yada. And yes, there are ways of um, getting copies for free, things like that, but not everybody's going to have that opportunity. I know if you, obviously as a content creator, if you do something like Keymailer, there's likely a chance that you could get a copy of the game through Keymailer. As a matter of fact, they even put out a post on X that they were looking for creators to that might want copies through Keymailer to create content on the game. But who knows how many copies they're going to give out, stuff like that, yada yada yada. Alright, I think we're good for right now. We just took care of some pallets. Oopsie. Milk, it's getting pretty full. See, we need to be able to sell milk someplace else besides just the dairy trigger. The farmer's market should take milk, honestly. It'll take bottled milk, but not actual milk. Which is silly. Yep, don't harvest in the only harvesting you can do in the rain and not lose yield is root crops. Gameplay, but then there's roadblocks because nothing is coded correctly, so people haven't stopped playing or return it. Yeah, I mean, you can bottle milk and sell it to there, yes. But that requires having either the small dairy or a large dairy, which the dairy in the map is not counted as the large dairy. This is only as a sell point. Which I think there's another oof. This should be a production point that you can buy, much like the carpentry. In my opinion, that should have been a production point that you could buy, not a sell point, a sell only point. I'm curious about something. I am curious about something. Quit to the menu quick. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff, Mean Wolf. Animals have been revamped. AI workers have been revamped. There's new crops. There's new, new factories. There's new buildable stuff. Yeah, placeables. Map US. Dairy US. This is calling a function selling point only. Yeah, it wouldn't be as straightforward as just saying this is gonna have the triggers for the having the other triggers. I wouldn't be able to just easily swap it. Yeah, that wouldn't be an easy swap, would it? The GPS guided steering is now a base game function, yes. Yeah, the whole animal pen system is all switched around. And I couldn't just as easily take that and swap it. Huh. That's 0.15. Collisions, no. That's only 0.15 off the ground, so that's not different. Wait. gonna have to restart the game for what I'm doing. I'm messing around with something, Thorzig. I'm a modder at heart, and there's an issue I've been running into with the map, and I might have just spotted something. So now I'm gonna try it. Because I can't help myself. Hey, you can't go to bed till you see what you're working on. So, as I was saying, one of the issues currently in this map is this tanker trailer can't sell milk to the dairy on the US map. The smaller tanker, the MKSA, can sell dairy to the, or sell milk to the dairy. And I made a modded version of this tanker, which is what I'm driving, that I thought I might have figured out the issue with the trigger. I was messing around with a bunch of stuff, trying to figure it out, and at the end of the day, couldn't figure out why the trigger would take it from one tanker and not the other, because the triggers on the tankers were consistent with one another. So I figured the issue had to be, at that point, with the actual sell point. And I was just thinking to myself, it's kind of silly that there's no pre-placed dairy production within the map, since there is one you can buy. It's just not built into the map. Many of the other ones are. And it's odd that you would have a dairy sell point without it being a potential purchasable production point. And I was going to look at doing a quick swap, but without being able to go in and edit i3D files right now, because we have no editor, that's not a quick swap. But in the process, I spotted something with this trigger, and I want to test it to see if I figured it out. Fresh eyes, fresh eyes, fresh eyes. So the Dairy US i3D, what I was just looking at in the notepad, you have your exact fill route node that has collision masks on it. On the production dairy, your exact fill route node has a compound kinematic trigger. The US i3D dairy had a static node. So what I just went in and did was I changed the base game file. Not a great idea, because it will probably get messed with during a patch. I changed the base game file so that it had a kinematic compound trigger here. And it just let me unload. So for those currently having an issue not being able to use the big tanker at the US dairy on the on this map, if you go in to your base game files which is where I'm at right here, my install file. Go to your data, placeables, go to your map US, go to the dairy US, right click on the i3D and hit edit with Notepad++, which I have installed, and change your exact fill route node to read kinematic true compound true instead of static, and it'll work. The other one that people were having an issue with, if I recall, Little Demon, was the animals, correct? The placeable animal shed. It was the small cow barn, right? That people have been having issues with. That would be animal husbandries, cow barns, small. Is this the one? That one there. If we look at this here, we're going to come down, exact fill route, static. That's for the food. We need, we got a food plane, we got a bale trigger. Exact fill route node, yep, static. Yep. Yep. Just bad coding. Oh, not that, you stupid thing. Come on, really? Hold on a second, chat. I'm trying to... There we go. There we go. Yeah, just bad coding. Yeah, I mean, unless you're familiar with modding into giants and stuff like that, it will go over a lot of people's heads. Modders will pick up on what I said. And the best thing I can say for those people that don't know the modding side of it is wait for a giant's patch. But if you don't want to wait, that's how you fix it. Yep. Just means somebody made a couple of i3Ds and they forgot to check a box. It's really what it is. The Giants editor, all that is a checkbox when they were putting in the trigger. Just a checkbox. I'm glad I just picked up on that. I did not pull far enough forward. Oopsie. There we go. So yeah, that's interesting. We found the fix to that. So what I'm going to end up doing is I will let the milk chug through here, and then we'll sell off this dairy. I could likely sell it off now, but I'll let it chug through and turn into better money. I'm sure it's easy to miss them. Oh yeah, it very is. It very well is. I've done it many a times. You know, you miss a checkbox or something like that. That's why typically a lot of times me, Billy, and others, when we make mods, we'll kind of pass them back and forth between each other. Hey, test this out for me quick. Because it's very easy to miss a checkbox. Very easy to miss a checkbox. This has not gotten full height yet. Needs one more growth state. About the testers at Giants, they should have found this right. Well, we're assuming that they tested everything thoroughly by using it. And the issue there is a lot of times Giants, and this is why things get missed with their, when they're testing mods, is because all they're doing is running it through a program that's looking for things. Does it have the right textures in it? Does it have the right images in it? You know, does the mod description have the right number in it? Things like that. They're just looking at certain aspects of it. It doesn't deep dive into the code. And as a dev, you're making all these things, throwing it into a map. Somebody else is probably building the map. You know, you might have a small team of people building out the map itself, but you have a separate team building the assets for the map. And those assets come over as, here's your dairy, here's your i3ds for it, here's your XML for it, and then the map builder places it in, adds some coordinates, and then all they're doing, hey, Kazanier coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How is your stream, Kaz? So what happens with the map builder is they come in here and they have their where's it? Maps. They have their map US. All they're doing is they're calling this map file. This map file is then calling in a placeables XML, and that placeables XML is calling in the item, the XML for the dairy, for example. Yep, not a problem, Kaz. Appreciate the raid. Welcome in, everybody. So, you know, again, here's where it's showing, you know, the paintable stuff that we get, things like that, the deco foliage, the additional files. So in here, here's your collectibles list, your list of collectibles. Here's your farmlands, store items. That's all they're doing with this, is they're pulling in files that just say, do these things. Other data, mission vehicles XML. Oh, dude, data S mission vehicles XML. Is that where they hit it this time? So it calls in a lot of the other stuff without them actually testing some of that stuff. And that's why we don't necessarily see, you know, it's where you ran into some of those things. Darius has been saying the Giants need more stuff to... Yeah, they need more testers. They need more internal testers that know what they're doing. I'm not saying they don't have testers. They need more testers, and those testers need to be very thorough about how they're doing it instead of just run it through a check program. Because running it through a check program doesn't catch something like that. That's another thing, Moss Frog. The devs are pressured. I need these assets yesterday so I can get them put in. And then they get put in, they get stuck together, and there isn't enough time to do an adequate testing of the map. That's why Dagenet, the SGA guys, serve as testers for his map. And literally, when his map gets into my hands for testing, or Scurvy, or NBC, or X-Man, we literally will comb over the map. I spend hours for Dave running around the map with super speed on, looking for landscaping issues, because there's a lot of issues that can't be corrected after you start a map. If I were to say we had the program right now, the editor, and I opened up this map and I wanted to come down and put in a boat dock down here where I like say I wanted to smooth this out to make a nice little boat ramp here, and then I saved it and I opened up my save game, that would not change. Landscaping does not change like that. Likewise, I mean, there's a whole lot of other things that won't change once you've already started a map. So our job as testers for Dave is to find all of those things, and then something like that trigger, you just witnessed me change it, that can be done after the map is out and you're playing on it. It's just an update, not a big deal. It can be fixed. So we spend, months testing Dave's map so that when you guys get it, you don't have to restart every time a change is made. That also the point of more staff, because the workload will get. Yeah, I mean it's breaking up the workload better so that things can be accomplished and not missed. Okay, we need to drop some more ration for the cows. That's expected. We'll top up their straw. Slurry is not an issue. We just emptied the milk, of course. These guys are full on grass. That's not a problem. We took care of their wool already. Chickens are fine for right now, so let's grab a tractor and go feed the cows. Wrong vehicle. Wanted to get into this tractor, please. Thank you. Sounds good, Patrick. You take care. Have yourself a good rest of your night. Get some rest. Hopefully we'll catch you all in the future. I'm disappointed in how much manure these guys are making. Considering I'm giving them straw and I bought the manure thing, they're barely making any manure whatsoever. And it's not like I only have a couple of cows. I'm up to what, 16, 24, 42 cows. Exactly, Mossrug. Giants could absolutely afford more staff on the books. 100%. And they should have more staff on the books. I said that a couple times over the past few days. The real question is the bureaucracy of it all. Is there, um, are they willing to fork over the money for the workers? Then the other part of it is, even if they were willing to fork over the money, because I'm not saying they aren't, are there people, are there enough bodies willing to work for them? Because if I recall, Giants, outside of their community coordinators, everyone has to be in-house in Germany. So say I wanted to go to work for Giants making models and building maps and doing all that stuff, they'd want me in Germany or in there. I think there's an allowance now for their Chicago office, if that's memory serves me. But, not everybody's going to want to pack up and move to go do that job. So, you know what I mean? So this does not seem to be getting its final growth state. I think we're just gonna wait. We get a decent fertilizing contract, so let's accept that. Weeding contract. No, let's go do the fertilizing contract while we wait for the rain to stop. Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's a trade-off there. Do they sacrifice some profit people so that they can make a better product? Because if you made a better product, more people would buy it. More people buy it means more profit. But get off the train tracks, you silly dog. You're gonna get run the fuck over. Hey, dead soul. Well, I would say it is a finished product, Mushroom. You're not wrong. It's a finished product. But how many people have complained over the past couple of days about lack of equipment? I feel there is a lack of equipment compared to what we've had in past years, especially with all the new stuff. So could that be construed as an unfinished product? Courts can be tricky. And juries can be fickle. Yep. And I mean, I see both sides of it. It's frustrating as a end user because I know with some effort here, some effort there, this game could have been much better. You know what I mean? It's not like they couldn't have made the game a lot better by adding a few things here and there. They, a couple tweaks could have made a big difference. But they didn't. Wait. Dang it. took a wrong turn. Yeah, all of these early access releases and stuff like that have definitely I think changed the games industry. The ability to do live updates via downloads and stuff like that. There's a lot of, I can't say it's been the best path forward, but I also understand the point of a small dev team having an early access game so they can get it out, get some funding to get the game finished, things like that. I don't know. That's a whole big can of worms, isn't it? Hey, Crazy Redneck, good morning to you. It's only been less than 3 days. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, too. Just patience. People don't have it nowadays. There's a big lack of patience nowadays when it comes to a lot of stuff, so... You know, I mean, I understand it. I get that, too. If we don't vote with our wallets, so to speak, and not buy a game, they're not going to change their ways. Well, that's exactly it, Patrick. People are buying the game anyway, so why change their business practice? You know, what's the point in changing the way they're doing business if people are buying the game? Need to start uniting together. Yeah. Hey, Tivius. The problem is getting people to unite behind the idea of not buying the game. And too many people are just willing to say, whatever. And, you know, there's no competition to this particular game, so it's not like they need to push to make a exceptionally better product. Typically, yes, Jason, you will have to buy fertilizer. There's two sides to that. Most of the equipment, you can unload the fertilizer you haven't already used, so it's not like you're wasting the fertilizer. And then the ones that you can't unload, if you, say, borrow a piece of equipment for a contract, is you can also, you'll get reimbursed. So say, for example, with this contract, if I had borrowed the equipment, I think it's down in this corner that I missed, and there was still fertilizer left in it that I bought, when I complete the contract and return that equipment, it will pay me out for the fertilizer that's in it. I knew it. I knew it. Couple of big weeding contracts, but I don't have a mechanical weeder. We do have 29 trees. That's a pretty big task for that particular. That would prove to be several trips. Do I pick that one up, or do we hold off? The rain should be changing here in a minute. I really need to replace this tractor, but I don't have the 100 grand. I might be able to swing alone. Problem is, I've already got a pretty significant loan. No worries, Jason. Yeah, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Well, normally I wouldn't hesitate to do it. I just don't know if I have the available limit. Because the way the loans work in this is your maximum allowable loan is based off of like how much land you have, how many assets you have, things like that. So I don't know if I'd be able to borrow up to what I need almost 107. Yeah, see, I can only get to 122 right now. I can only get to 122 at the moment. And I would need, the one I was looking at was this Virtus. Either the Virtus or the Lin Track. That's 136, weighs 4.5. This is 5.5. I want to say it's the Lin Track I was going to look at. Get it in the blue on narrows. Like this. It'd be 126 grand. This one here holds, this one's 143 horse, holds 160 liters. This one's got a little more horsepower, but it's, you know, it's a whole ton heavier. This one's got the CVT transmission in it too, so it'd be this Lin Track, so I'd need about 126 grand. Yeah, you don't really need a ton of torque though. All you're doing is fertilizing. And I'm going from 116 up to at least 136. Thanks for the stretch and the hydrate there, MacGyver. No, I mean, this tractor is literally just a fertilizing tractor. It's fertilizing my own fields, doing fertilizing contracts. So there's no need there for the extra torque. It's just getting out of this one here, excuse me, and into this one. Vehicles. How much would I get for the John Deere if I sold it? See, I'd only get 10 grand from that. Stone picking, weeding, sowing, mowing, cultivating. Yeah, there's not really, I mean, other than doing another contract for logging, there's not really a whole lot there. Contract wise to afford it right now. Well, it shall have to wait. The sun's out though, so we need to look at mowing the grass so we can make some more silage bales, get some more grass bales. Actually, it's not even silage bales we need right now. It's grass and hay bales because I need grass for the sheep. I think we need some hay bales. Whoops, wrong spot. Goes in the end of the barn over here. Where am I going? Alright, let's go mow that field. Alright, down the field we go. It was really annoying. Took a harvesting contract from Carrot. So what you need to do, Zodiac, is jump into the harvester manually. You can angle up the spout so it's higher in the air. Then you can hire the worker again, and you should fit underneath the spout better after that. I didn't realize you could do that in this one, because in 22 it would always reset the thing on you. Now you can actually, the worker will leave the spout where you set it. Which is pretty nice. Not a problem, Zodiac. Been there, buddy. Yeah, this didn't reach full growth. Oh well. Well, I also didn't get the 100% fertilizer on it either, because I missed out on that last time around. Alright. Making some progress on this here field. Shouldn't take this long to get it mowed. Rake half of it. Well, we'll TED half of it first. I should do one line, like one line straight up the field with a rake. Then I'll TED half the field. And, then I can just rake the whole field afterwards. That way it'll give me some separation between them. There is something. Do you get charged for the water to fill it up? I have not had any. I have not done much with that, Jers. I know you get charged for the field itself. As far as the water goes, I was under the impression you had to bring water to it. So I don't know. We're gonna find out next in-game month. Water's free. It's good to know. By what you've seen. Alright, well, I guess we'll find out. Like I said, I was under the impression you had to bring water to it. So, you know, you might potentially pay money for the water you're bringing to it, but then, as far as I've seen with that field over there, it just has the button to flood it. So, I'm not sure. We're gonna find out. Well, let's see. It's Friday. It's 11 o'clock German time right now. Question is, we're gonna get more mods today? And are we gonna see an editor today? I just checked on the editor a little while ago. I have not seen anything yet. Mods are a different story, though. Morning, Papa. How are you doing today? That's right, you can't drop this one when it's folded like that. Alright there, little demon. It'll be interesting to see what happens where I tweak that. Where I tweak that file. Good morning, Mr. Tactical. Oh, I'm sorry. I love you too. Exclamation tanker. Nope. Fucking thing, stop turning. I hate this goddamn rake. Stream Deck icons for 25. Nice. Yeah, I should probably utilize my Stream Deck more. But I'm a slacker. Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. Is like I could use it as a sim panel, but too much of a slacker. I also don't know where I would set the thing up. Put it right here. Yes. Plan to use it in the future. What? I might take you up on that there, Mr. Tetico, sir. Been a quiet morning so far on YouTube, but that's okay. No worries, little demon. Oh yeah, the Reliant Robin one. Mm-hmm. Everybody's tired. Yeah. Yep. I can understand that. A $2,500 vet bill. It happens. It happens. I'll have to look at that here in a little bit. There, Tadico. I know, guys. I know it's almost that time. All the animals are circling. They know in about 9 minutes I've got to get up and go get my kid up for school. And yep. I hear you. So the dog's already come in to look at me. 2 of the cats are already staring at me like, "Hey, guy, you gonna get out of that chair yet?" It's like, "No, not yet. It ain't time. Wait, your freaking furry little asses." Hey, he's the only one that isn't. See, he's sleeping soundly right there. See, he's sleeping soundly right here. Hey, I don't own this land. I sworn I was locked on the line. Apparently not. Way back here. Wow. Did I even lock on the line at all? Jesus. Yeah, he will be until about 5:15, and then I'm gonna get the dog treat out for the dog, and he's gonna wake up. He's gonna want the treats that are over there. The rest of the cats will go nuts. Cat things. If you want, little demon, you can start raking the rest of this where I'm petting it, and then we'll get to baling it. Yeah, unfortunately, I woke up at 11:30 last night. Stupid spot. curious. It looks like that got seeded. And curiosity has me wondering what it got seeded with. 'Cause that's the next field on the purchase list. Nope, it's only tilled. It doesn't actually have anything in it yet. Alright. That's expensive. When a field is stubble tillage, it depends on the seeder. Some seeders are a direct seed, seeders or planters. They'll directly seed. Other ones need to be into a almost like a seed bed state, which means it's been cultivated after having been harvested. Like the cedar I have. The cedar I have is... Where are those at? They're up here. There they are. Like this guy here, I need to have a... basically almost a seed bed state for it to work. Let me... Yeah, stubble tillage. Stubble tillage should be fine. You don't need. I don't think you need to cultivate from that. But, for example, when I had harvested my field just up the hill there, I had harvested the field, and then I mulched it, and I still had to cultivate it before I could plant it. So, sometimes you need to do a little more. Other times you don't. But that's the alarm. I've got to go get my kid awake. Zodiac, not Zodiac, Little Demon. When you get done raking that, grab the baler, start baling this field. We're not going to wrap any of it. We're just going to bale it up and put it away. The grass will stay down for the sheep, and the hay will come up for the cows. I don't know if you'll get that far. I'm only going to be gone for a minute, but that's the baling tractor you're using, so. I'll park this right here. Pop out, and I'll be back in just a minute, chat. See? Told you he'd wake up. Come on, Houston. Biscuit. Good puppy. Houston, come here. Yep, come here. Alright, chat, I'm back. Alright, sorry, I am back. Could it have anything to do with plowing needed state, maybe? No, cultivating after you've done the stubble leaves it as stubble tillage. In order to get to a seed bed from there, you need to roll it, which makes no sense because you would roll it, plant it, roll it again. Um, Pepperoni bacon. My son, he had leftover pizza. It's in the fridge. It's staring me in the face. I'm hungry. Why now, bitch? Morning, Adriana. Them's the rules. Kind of like move your feet, lose your seat. Good call, Moss Rock. Good call, Moss Rock. Yeah, good call. Mm-hmm. Yep. It is on the list. But it's 91 grand. Which we don't have right now. They can, depending on what chore they're doing. Are they not? Keep in mind, they'll only cut grass in a planted field. And it has to be at a um, harvestable state. go down and I'll start picking up the bales as little demon bales them. And make sure you don't mix the grass and hay while you're baling. You can place gates. So what I didn't notice at first either, when you're in the fence menu, right here, when you're in the fence menu and you get this bamboo fence, not the bamboo fence. That's a bad example. All right, you see how this has segment type N or M? That one doesn't have one. This one doesn't have one. This one doesn't have one. But like this one here, you have different segment types. So not all of them have gates. You just gotta look for that segment type. Not a problem, Mantra. I didn't notice it at first either. I'm like, look at all these fences. Where the hell are the gates? Look at me. Ah. Damn it. Ow. That hurt. Yeah, it's an edit I made. Cold. I took the front loader one and then made it work for the telehandler. Yep. I agree. That particular piece of equipment absolutely needs an AI adjustment. I absolutely hate the carrot harvester. The self-propelled one. The AI on it is absolutely atrocious. Ah, I can't see it. Milos, how you doing this morning? I agree, Zodiac. I agree. Morning, Oppies.
I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it?
What's inside it, Crazy Redneck? Is it a tractor? It's a tractor. Nice. Kind of tractor. A red one? A sandy tractor. Nice. Clarkson's Lambo. You're struggling to open your game, Oppies. Is it just crashing to desktop? I made a mod of it, Cold Bark. Lurky Lurky. Sounds good, Deretrana. You take care. Good luck on your farm today. And this time, don't blame me for Morty's shenanigans. Uh-huh. Yes, but you can't always assume that it was me. Because it wasn't always me. Oh, I'll own it if it was me. I might have caught some of it. I don't know if I was sleeping at that point, Adriana. I'll be honest. I know you're a fan of Tobey Maguire grinding his face in your screen. And I know the only thing that tops that for you is Tobey Maguire grinding his face while your violin is playing. She really likes the violin.
That's what she said.
Wait, what the? What the what? Ah, I made a mess. See, by horrendous, she means she really likes it, chap. Can you tell me what you have to say about the game? I need to know if it's very different. See if you buy 25 or not. So, Anorex, as far as different goes, there are a lot of differences between 25 and 22. Yes, she does, Morty. She does like the flashbangs. And the, what is it there? The FNAF jump scare thing. She likes that one, too. But there are a lot of differences between 25 and 22. Some of those differences are the base game now has a GPS mode for when you're working fields that the AI system now uses. So the AI is actually significantly better than it was in 22. We now have baby animals base game, but on top of the baby animals, we also added goats and water buffalo. The cow barns, sheep pens, and pigsties can have custom fences made for them now. Mr. 2022 Farming Guy, how are you, buddy? Good morning. I know you like the flashbangs when someone else takes the blame for it, and I'm usually the one taking the blame for it. How you doing, by the way, Morty? Don't let Adriana work you too hard. Good, thank you. Only got 3 days of your holidays left. Aw.
And they call it a mine.
A
mine.
Oppies. Yes, I did see a message about it says it wants to check for a update or something, then crashes. I have dual joysticks. Right now I'm using one of them for controlling this.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
Jump to the ground. God, I stacked that horrible. I gotta fix that. I don't like that. I gotta fix it. That's a little better. I have dual Thrustmaster T16000s. I would start there, Oppies. Verify your files. I don't know why else it would suddenly do that. Excuse me. The ground deformation is now a thing in 25 over 22 Anorex. So you can see where the tractors are being driven. You see all the lines in the ground. It's hard to see in this field, but if I were to Oh, there we go. We just drive across the road. See how it left tire prints in here? Yep. See how it left the marks? I'm driving in this cultivated field, and you see the deformation marks. Now those only last until you exit the game and come back in. They'll reset themselves, but it's new. You now see like mud and things like that on your vehicles much more frequently. Especially if you're working in the rain, you'll see the mud clog up your tires. There's now tornadoes and hail damage to your crops. I mean, the fog did ahead of me. You can see how foggy this is. I was saying about the animal pens. I placed this sheep pen here and laid the fence out like this. The bigger the area you give them for pasture, the more animals you can put into the pen. You can now have the animal pens, they'll actually graze the meadow within the pen. There are more production facilities than there were in 22. There are now more buildables than there were in 22. So there are a fair number of differences. The GPS assist, yep. Between 22 and 25. It's just not as readily apparent as Giants made it out to be. Obviously, new UI. The rice fields that you can make, that you can flood. I don't know if you're a PC or a console user, but there's a lot of things that, yeah, PC has had as a mod for ages, but now are base game. But as David pointed out on YouTube, if you plow a couple of fields together, the AI will now quite readily realize that you've plowed them together and work both fields together as one, without having to futz and fiddle with it. They'll recognize if a field has been partially worked and focus on the rest of it. Now, they may start in a funky manner, but they will notice, okay, hey, half this field's been planted, and they'll kind of skip over that half. So the foliage has been updated with better graphics. The clouds and stuff have better shadow. They'll actually cast shadows on the ground. The mirrors on your vehicles work much better. There's a ton of other little things here and there that I can't come. I mean, it's not going to come to me right now. But those are, I hope, some of the changes you might be inquiring about. I'll dump these off in here for now. We don't need them at the moment, but we will need them in the future, so let's just dump them off into here. Oh, poop. I figured I was going to knock some over. Hey, come here. Oh, damn you. I am making a mess of unloading these bales. What we got available for contracts there, little demon? Anything jumping out at you? Weeding or wood transport? No, I don't want to drive the pressure washer. No, I don't want to drive the pressure washer. The pallet and bale storage? Yes. I will warn you though, currently there is a bug with the output on the pallet and bale storage. The triggers kind of overlap one another. So kind of a pain to get things out of it. If it's the wood transport I'm thinking of, it's going to be 30-something logs or 29 logs. And, They only give us the small tractor for. Come across the problem where you buy a piece of land, sell any building. In a couple places, Phil, I have seen that. Take care of this for me, please. I have seen that in a few places. Namely, if it's near trees or road decals, sometimes it will give a, it'll give you a hard time. Night, Lozzie. You take care. You know what? We need the money. Let's take that wood transporting contract. I'll go grab that. If you want to grab the case, switch out the blue trailer for the 28K capacity. And I will I'll go start loading this up. When you get there, I'll load you up. It's gonna take I think it's gonna take 3 trips in total. Indeed, DJ Nuke, indeed. Because I think the best I can do on this one is get about 12 or 13 logs. If I stack carefully, I might be able to get the rest into the other trailer. Might. Why should I watch the road, DJ Nuke? As long as I'm not, you know, trying to go off-road. This doesn't have the weird twisty windy paths that are going to lead me off of a cliff again. Ow. Yeah, it can be a bit tricky. The cranes, if you're using like a mouse and keyboard, are tricky to use. Xbox controller. All right. I mean that it helps, but it's still going to be a bit tricky with the crane controls. And to switch to controller yourself. Yeah, auto load takes some of the fun out of it. Oh, I need to give you farm permissions. Now it should. I can fit a couple more. Abuse the strappage! Pull up beside me there, little demon. On the road. Ah, crap. Hold on a second. I forget I gotta swing over the trailer. Which is gonna prove interesting. Yep, saw that coming. Go right ahead. I think they're one of the ones that haven't fined me yet. Nope, that's staying where it is. Sounds about right, little demon. Can I fit the rest of these onto this trailer? A little demon, pull up ahead a little bit. A little more. A little further. Yep, good, good, stop. Get in there, damn you. Aha. You're not wrong, Zodiac. Really? You know, you can download the mod you had the other day at the machine. Funny skin, the mod wasn't fully completed. Are you talking about the Trex cat bar? That was never actually released by anybody. So the simple answer is you can't. Nobody's released that. Yes. What I'm saying is the person that sent it to me only converted it for themselves to use and not for actually being released. Well, you go first in case you drop one of those ones out the back there, Demon. And that particular person, because he's not the creator of that mod, the original creator, he doesn't plan on releasing it at all. It's not pretty, but one trip, damn it. That's what I do. Whoa, buddy. What are you doing, little demon? You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. The heck you doing? Yeah, well, that was a catastrophe. Yeah, unfortunately, that mod, you'll have to wait for the creator of the mod to release it, and since we still don't have an editor, I have no idea when that might be. But I know the guy that did it, that converted it, and was letting me use it, wasn't planning on converting it for everybody. Or giving it out. No, come back here. Alright, go ahead, little demon. I'll pick that up. When I cut a tree, how do I remove the rest of it? There are stump grinders in the game. That's what I use. We should just have to take this go straight down into town. Into town, little demon. You're going the wrong way. We gotta go down into town, buddy. It's the lumber yard in the center of town that we were selling wood at yesterday. Oops, I took the wrong turn. Don't take that turn. I said don't take that turn because it's the wrong way. Make sure you don't drop any of those logs. Not a problem, Cat Bar. As long as he keeps his distance from the poles, he should keep on the rest of them. So in order to repair a tractor, you need to bring it to a garage. Either you place the workshop on your own farm, or there's a building just to the west, no, east of the store. In that parking lot, you'll see a trigger on the ground. That was a pain. But it's done. Alright, yeah, it's not marked on the map, so it's really kind of a pain to find. Alright, so they're good to go for now. Oh, excuse me. looks like we'll have a bunch of births 5, 6, and 7 months from now. Go. Where is it? Okay, so I will show you their cat bar. If you look on the map here, right over there in front of that garage, if this is your store, right there, there will be a, says Motor X here, with the box on the ground, and there's your repair trigger. Not a problem, cat bar. I would say this is the end of March at this point. We don't really have much else we can do. This is going to take a while to finish churning through the milk. We don't need to add any water there yet. Here a while yet. Nope, 1 day months, Zodiac. Oil mill, we don't need to add any to this yet. Sawmill. Still waiting for that last big chunk to go in. April it is. Alright, we've got a bunch of planting to do here in the month of April. Oh, shit. Oh, no. No. We still have time. Alright, great demand. The playground maker don't care. We need to fertilize our grass field. We need to check contracts. Because we always check contracts. Hoeing. That's a good one to just throw a worker on. Actually, before we do that, let me grab this. We have corn to plant. We have rice to plant. Actually, no, not corn. What can I harvest? My own harvester. Soybean, maybe? But I think we might have passed that. Let's see. Preferably something that would go into... Gonna be doing rice. Sunflower I don't have a head for. So we can do sorghum. Oat for straw. Soybeans are good for money. Yeah, we'll do soybeans. I'm gonna do the rice first. Sounds good there, Zodiac. Right field's done, rolled and seeded, greenhouse watered, chicken fed. Massage A B B B A B yabba yabba yabba. Yeah, this will stay a rice field. Unless I decide to change it at some point, but it will likely stay a rice field. It may get bigger. Why does it look like it missed a spot in that corner? It did. It did, that's why. Yeah, something like that, MacGyver. I can never remember the exact name of it. I should have done the middle of the field first. And then gone around the outside of the field. So I will do that. Oh, I needed that. Make sure your jacket's zipped, and you may want to try and find a hat for this morning. It's pretty cold out. Thank you for the hydrate, Jers. I live in Maine. 19 degrees Fahrenheit. One second, chat. That would be negative what? Like negative 6 Celsius or something like that. Wasn't far off. Oh yeah, 7 because it's 1.9. C right there. I'd take that. This is one area of the farm I'd love to get an increase. Alright. With this, then we'll come back and do the rows we've missed. Then we can start doing our headland passes. I wonder if this requires rolling when it's done. I don't think it does. No, it does not. Okay. Oopsie. Hmm. So nice and smooth. Then I'm going to end up driving through it to fertilize it. GG. I have to double check because some of this is showing 100% fertilized, some of it's showing not. And someone was saying that you can only get 50% fertilizing on the rice, which seems strange. So we're going to find out. I thought that was the case, DJ, but I said somebody said yesterday when I was setting it up that you could only get one level of fertilization on the rice. No, you have to do it per growth state. But if you're 50% ahead of time, you can plant and immediately fertilize again. Actually, what would be nice is if I had looked. I think I can put a fertilizer tank on this cedar, and I just haven't bothered. Yeah. Then I could have done the fertilizing now and been good to go. Well, that's what I'm wondering is if they encountered a bug or something like that, or maybe they were trying to fertilize it all at once, or maybe they planted with fertilizer and then immediately tried to apply. In which case it wouldn't add fertilizer at that point, it would just stay at the 100%. Or at the 50% rather. Because you need to wait for a ground state change. Like you could plant, fertilize, roll, fertilize again, all in 1 month, because the rolling changes the ground state. But who's got time for that? Good day at school, buddy. The mud in them tire treads. Stupid thing. It didn't want to be nice and activate the cruise control. It looks so nice from up close. Yeah. Well, the only real difference between the wet rice and the non-wet rice is that I don't have to grow seedlings first, and I can use the regular harvesting and planting equipment. It still goes in a flooded field. Go ahead, grab the fertilizer spreader, little demon. You're gonna need to come down and fertilize this when I'm done seeding. And then the grass field, if you want to start that one, you can fertilize that one while I wrap this up. And then I'll go start doing the soybean field, and that'll need to be done afterwards as well. Yeah, I don't think it requires as much water with the long grain rice. It's just you still do the flooding for weed control. Where do you think I am? Zip it. Yeah, this is my first experience with it, so it'll be interesting to watch it. I love the fog kind of coming across the field while I'm planting it still.